Hey. Dang. Don't do that. I keep getting this freaking song. I haven't liked it yet either. Well, let me move this over here. Okay. So I need to figure out this interaction stuff. I want to show a menu with some choices after the player hits the interact action near some specific object. So currently, I have this object. Well, I have these areas. The areas, well, technically this should work, right? I should probably test it. I'm just gonna set this to currently be tests. And then if I go to the player script, update interactions. Or is it on here? Which script is it? No, not that one. Match, here it is. Hmm. So I'm like literally chewing ASMR into the mic. I need to chill. I set this to be resource node, open interact menu. which I should make a function here. This should definitely be a function. And it would be like func open interact menu. And it'll take in the This is gonna be like herb the first options are gonna be like inspect, and then grab, and use tool, and combine with. Let's just say there's that. So then we would have like action, grab would be an action, use tool, so I could say that inspect would cause open in a inspection screen. And this grab would be trigger grab action. And so that would be like whatever would happen to that object if you were to just grab it. And that's complicated enough to figure out. Use tool. You have like trowel or whatever. And or like shears, or like a machete or something. And then combine with. And then it would like open your inventory, I think. Is how that would work. I don't know how I'm gonna want this to be displayed, but basically this would be inventory. Which would be like a bunch of boxes. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing there. I'm just gonna... Let's just say there's inventory, you got a bunch of items. And then you select one. Which means I would need in the background a list of what all the different combinations do. Do I? Well, I could just have a subset of items that have unique interactions, otherwise no effect. Oh, get tree. I forget. That's what that's called. Freaking fruit fly. And then this would be like information, context actions, I guess. Why do they go green? It would be like herb. I'm just trying to think of how I'm gonna organize this. All right. This is gonna have to be like its own class or something. Let me just write this stuff down. So like herb plus machete equals trowel equals plant gather plant herb plus grab forehand equals gather herb. Herb plus fire item, fire source equals burn. So I need like a bunch of states. Maybe it's like, maybe I do need like some kind of state machine or something. You can generate. Um, so what is the interaction? Update interactions. So it's storing area 2Ds. Open interact menu of her interaction, which should be an area 2D. From what I understand. Wait, where is there not a closing parenthesis? Oh, because I don't have a... Yeah. This goes down here. Interaction. Area 2D. Because isn't an interaction interactable? So wait, why is it area 2D? If it's like... So that means for my interact area, I would need a, like... Because there's a label to type the value. Well, I guess that's the... I wouldn't do it in here. I think I'm doing something weird here. And I can... So I think what I should be doing here is... put interact area here and then make this the scene root. Instantiated scenes can't become roots. I'm missing something easy here. I'm just gonna delete this whole thing because it's not even doing anything. I had it under objects. Oh my god, I don't want to listen to this. This isn't even doing anything right now, so I guess I want to ignore it. It's also not like a resource node. It's an interactable. Which, isn't this bad? This is class name interactable, extends area 2D. So would I not want to rename this instead of being interact area, just rename it to interactable? To match the class name? Just ignore status label for now, because I'm not worried about that. No. I want to call this thing, this is like the interactable plant herb plant herb. Dialogue, menu, flow, I guess. I just need to start with one interaction type, I think, and then go from there. It's nice having the flow to, like, this is not right at all, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Should I add a sprite to interact area? Or I should maybe tack it on to the... Yeah, it's a component, so I should probably be using it like a component. Where... Let me make a new scene. We'll use... static body 2D? Area 2D. Let me make this specific thing. I'm trying to make like broad stuff, but I should be making a couple things and then narrow it down into what the overlaps are. So for instance, specifically for this one object, static body 2D should be fine. I'll name it like green herb. And then we're gonna give it a sprite. Uh-huh. We go to art. UI prototype. Basic green. And we'll do that. We'll add collision body? Well, interact body. We want it to have an interact area. There. The interact label will be green herb. Indirect type will be open context menu. And indirect value will be, I would want the context menu to be the value. Which means I need to create a context menu. So which is supposed to be this. Which I don't know how I want to lay this out. Like, I don't even know what menu bar does in this instance. Like, this is a VBox container, but I feel like it should be like a pop-up menu maybe. No. So this like opens a new window. I don't know, like, so the thing is, I don't know the differences right now. I don't really want to open a new window. Like, I think I would want it to just be a VBox container. I don't want it to be like a... Yeah, it would be like this. And then I'm gonna want another VBox container. I don't know how I'm gonna dynamically do this. No, but this should all be like dynamic like a menu. Because this is, well, I'll deal with that later. I just focus on getting the stuff in where it needs to go. But I don't want this to open a random VBox container. I want this to open the inventory with the... Oh, which I don't even have the inventory yet. I'm not even gonna worry about this. I should just focus on the inspect for now, I guess. So it should be the simplest one. Or they're like buttons though, right? They should be buttons. Change type button. Oh, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, these just being labels means all they do is have text and they do nothing else. So I want to change these to be buttons. Okay, so that's a good start. And I want these, no, to be button menu buttons. And then these should be buttons. Also, this should be a button. So what was it saying? So a button that brings up a pop-up menu when clicked. Should I change this type to a menu bar? Read that again. For each pop-up menu child. Horizontal. Okay, yeah, no, that's not what I want. I don't want a menu bar. Changes back to control. I do need a script. This should be named. Contact. Menu container, I guess. And then this will be the tool container. This is menu tools menu. Sure, let's just do that for now, and I can change the name later. Menu container, label, inspect. No, buttons. These are buttons, not labels. Button hatchet. Button trowel. Button combine. Button tools. Menu. Button tools. Would it make more sense? I mean, I think having button at the beginning is easier for me. So stick with that. Menu, button, tools, tool container. Hey. I think my cat's getting up to the mischief. Hey, you're in trouble. Alright. Yeah, he was being a troublemaker. So I think what I want here is I want to do like context menu. Selection. A button. And then that button is going to have script. A scene. Every button in the context menu would have a would they be of the same type so it's not confusing? Of type like, well, what would, so each button would have it so that when you press it, oh, alright, I'm overcomplicating it, I think. I think I'm trying to oversimplify things, or trying to break things down that don't really necessarily need to be broken down like that. I need to attach a script to button inspect. That's what I want to do. I want to make it so when I press the button to inspect, it inspects the item attached to the menu. Item inspect .gd. I think this is gonna have multiple layers to it because I want to make it so that I'm gonna make a new scene and call it context menu button. A new script. It'll be under UI. Context menu. New script. Call it context menu button. Extends button. What's base button? Link button? It's a link button. Texture button. Uh, each context menu button is going to have a label name. Um, brain block. Brain. I'm getting blocked. Just save this to objects. Where are we? And I guess I can save this for now under UI context menu. Is this unnecessary? So without even linking this to anything, let me try to straight up go here. Let's just make attach a script to this and call it button inspect. Part of the UI context menu, button inspect. And here it's button. Um, extends button. Label, name. So far, that does make context menu button irrelevant if I just do that. The problem here is that every... Maybe not a problem. Because if I think about this from a more macro perspective, I'm going to have a menu container. Extends VBox container. And this is going to on ready. Oh, this is going to have a buttons bar buttons. Type of button. This is a array 2D button. I believe that works. Or if I just do array button. There we go. Bar array equals that. Okay, all right. Menu container. This is where we're at right now. Buttons, array button. Don't I want to do like a set or something? Hmm. I think I'm getting lost in the sauce again. Yet again, getting lost in the sauce. Let me just get it to work and then worry about it. So, button inspect node pressed. Yeah, that's the problem. Is if I do the action like on I want to say like when you press the inspect button, open the inspection menu or whatever. It's like I don't need this button inspect thing. Close, discard. Well, if I close and discard and then I save, it should get rid of that. No? Detach script. There we go. And then for the sake of this, let's just link this to the menu container. On button inspect pressed. So yeah, I'll keep the ready. I might need it. So I'm gonna make it so open inspection menu for item. So this is gonna be yeah, this all needs to be connected under menu because I need to figure out still how this context menu is tied to the item. Let's do pass for now. At on ready. I need the interact item. Gonna need like a context menu script. I'm trying to think. Do I do the context menus? So this maybe would be. I need to relink it appropriately. I'm trying to think of the hierarchy. Because this isn't helping me. Right now, at least. Okay, so we have interacted item needs to be equal to the. I need to figure out how this is getting linked. So we have like sample here, green herb, whatever. Do I want this to have the context menu as a child? Well, this is gonna need to have associated information like oh, right. This shouldn't be a static body 2D because that means it needs a collision, and I don't really need a collision for this, so it could just be a node 2D, I think. Should be fine. Well, I guess I could test it. So if I make the UI, because every herb or item or gatherable or whatever could potentially have a different UI, but I feel like having it. I'll see how it works. Context menu. Like whatever we want to say there. Yeah, so I do want that to be the script. So I didn't really get far into this. I could just attach the script. I don't know what does extend do. Don't worry about that. I'm just gonna detach that. I'll just remove this for now. Save. And I need to remove this. On press to context menu here. And I want this to have that. It needs to item. I'll just call it item for now. I can be more accurate in later. I could say item is parent. I believe it would be the parent. The way it is set up. Yeah, which this would need a script to handle that. Alright, immediately brain wanders. Just focus on this. Button inspect is linked up now. So press the button. It's gonna send a signal that the context menu is going to get. This needs a link to the item, which currently is the parent. Be like, get parent. Why isn't anything? Is it because this is? Var. That's why. Get parent. I don't need the area size. I just need get parent, which should be a node 2D. I guess I don't need to specify that. Oh, it's saying. So just get parent. Alright. So now, when button inspect pressed, what we need to do is we need a bunch of information about the item that I would display. So like, if we were to inspect this thing, then we would need a like script here. Resources, green herb, sure. Just do this for now. Definitely can see a class that I can make for this already, but for now I'm just gonna work on an individual basis. Item description. Equals that. Item name. Equals that. Oh, var. I keep forgetting var. Okay, there we go. We'll just do that for now. Item name, item description for green herb. So this name is going to be just green herb for testing. The description is going to be a green herb with medicinal properties. Sure. Looks pretty normal. Although this can get edited in the export, the var thing here. Isn't there something I can do here to make it so that it's easier to edit as like a big text block? There is. I'll worry about that later. Okay, so we have a green herb script with item name and item description variables. And so when we press inspect, We need to open and I need a new scene. A user interface, I believe. That's going to have an image. Need some like texture. Rect, I believe. It's going to need a box. Well, it needs a container. So I think what I want to do is have an HBox container that contains the texture rect, and then besides that would be the name. So it would be I'd basically just drop this in here, and then to the right of that would be the like name. So label. So this is item image item name, and then I want this to be contained in a VBox, where below that is the label for now with the description, item description, and description. So it would be like that. I do kind of want there to be like whatever. I was hoping I could put like a border and like change the transparency and stuff in the background. I can deal with that later, I guess. It's more of a cosmetic thing. And so for this, I need it to be the item description. Inspection, item inspection. So it'd be inspection menu, inspection. What the heck would this be called? Let's see. We have. I'm gonna close this out. UI. This context menu button doesn't do anything right now. That's okay. It's be called. Well, I guess I could just call it inspection for now. Um, uh, inspect box, sure. Okay, so we have an inspect box made. And what we want to do is we kind of want to pop it open like a window that you can close, I guess. So should I do window? A pop-up with a panel background. Maybe? Can that be the... Like, can I make this the new scene root? Say, okay, this is a pop-up panel. At least that way it has a background. So I guess it's inspect panel. That would be a more proper name. Panel. There we go. Save. I do need... Alright. We're getting somewhere. However... What the heck is this? Oh yeah. I haven't taken a break in a bit, and I just need to do a little eye break, stretch break, some water. Feed my brother's cat, because he's getting into trouble. So I'll take like 5 or 10. Oh, let me put on the... There we go. Alright. So where did my crap. I'll be right back. I left something out. Oh, never mind. Glasses. They're in my pocket. Should help with the eye strain. Alright. So we have this panel. When we inspect, we click on inspect. I'm gonna need some exports on the context menu. I think. I'm gonna need, I don't know if I need this. Alright, so I'll comment. So what I really feel like I want here instead is I need to basically set this stuff up in this like green herb thing. And so what I need to do is I need to export stuff so that I can edit it in this page because it's on the context menu here. So what I want to do is add stuff like buttons, I think. I think what I originally was going to do is something like this too. Where it's of type array of buttons. So it'll be like that. Didn't I get this song? I don't know. I'm just gonna skip it. Dark synth. Okay, so yeah, an array of buttons that would represent the different buttons we're gonna have in here. And so what's that gonna look like here? Is I want to add an element. Well, here's the thing though. Green Earth doesn't have any buttons in its context. So I don't know if that's really gonna help me. I think it will. For the purposes of this, I don't need this. I don't need to worry about this right now. So I'm gonna ignore it because I don't need it right now. So yeah. What I do need well, that's what we were doing with get parent, is so that we didn't need to necessarily set all this stuff, because instead what we do is we get the parent and then we look for, so what we want to do is we want to set the inspect panel variables, which I guess we're going to need a script for this in order for it to show up. Title, I guess I can rename this as well to inspect panel. Inspection panel. And this window is gonna be, so it's the title, is that what is shown? Just call this inspection panel for now. I probably don't even need that, but so it's visible. By default, it's not visible. Which every inspect panel. On button inspect pressed, we need an inspection panel. So we want to create an instance of this, I believe. Which is kind of done. We need, no. I'm just gonna skip that. I've heard that enough. I mean, today is May 5th, so Devil May Cry 5 music. Happy Cinco de Mayo, people, as well. I want to do scene. Sure, let's just do this beat for beat here. Scene, load, and then what I want to do is get the not the UID path. Copy absolute path. No, not the absolute. Okay, I need to copy path. There we go. So we load the inspection panel, and then we panel equals scene dot load instance. We want to create an instance of the inspection panel. This is possibly completely out of context that I'm doing this, so it might not make any sense, but add child button inspect of called inspection panel. I mean, that should work, but by default, the inspection panel is not visible. So what I want to do sure, let's just do this for now. I want inspection panel dot visible to equal true. Okay, so that might do something. How are we calling it? On button pressed in the button inspect thing here. So I press on this. It should cause the inspection panel thing to show up. So that's all I'm looking for right now. How am I getting the context menu to appear? Well, it's already there. We're not quite worrying about getting that to appear or not yet. So maybe it'll work. I guess I could just test it in here. Oh, that's the full scene. That's not what I want. Quick. Invalid call, non-existent function, instance in base packed scene. Oh, it's because it's like the tree something. I forget what it's called. I remember this error. Get tree or something. I have to do like get tree. I forget how this is resolved. I'm gonna have to consult my other sample project here because it does stuff like this. Level parent, which is parent. Yeah. Okay, I could do this better then, I think. Possibly? Surely. Surely. Context menu / inspection panel. The button inspect is in here. It's gonna have a inspection panel on the button. Where's this location? Visibility. Off. I want to move it. Use XR. That's cool. Alright, whatever. If it shows up, that's the important thing. I can worry about its location after if that is an issue. We'll just say that it already has an inspection panel and we're not going to instantiate one in the context menu for now. And if I need to instantiate it later, I can instantiate it later. So what I want to instead do is just go when you press the button to inspect, let's make that inspection panel visible. Oh, this is context. Context menu context. Menu container, button inspect, inspection panel. I suppose I can access as a unique name. Oops, I just undid that. And call that inspection panel. And just do that for now. And then I want inspection panel dot visible equals true. Okay. I mean, there's that. Well, I kind of want the other menu to go away when I click on it. So, get the script back up. I want context menu dot visible to be false. Just set visible to false. Although I don't have any way to remove the inspection panel. I'll deal with that in a minute. Let me just see if this works. Okay. Small W. Okay. So the context menu is not visible anymore. And I can deal with if I need to. I can definitely see a problem if every single. Yeah. I can worry about that later. There's already a problem with this where I'm pretty sure every single one of these context menus for all of the objects is going to be loaded in memory at the same time. But that sounds like a problem for later, so... Because, I need to figure out how to even do this in the first place, and then I'll worry about that later. Alright, so... Next thing I need to do is make it so that when you press the interact button... It makes a context menu appear. I need to make sure that is confirmed to work. Player.execute interaction, open interact menu here. Func open interact menu. We'll just pass it right now. This is not an area 2D. The interact menu, as I have it, is a context menu. Oh no, this is the interactable in the list of interactables here. So what we want to do is get the context menu for the interactable. So what we want to do is, the way this is set up is I need to find child context menu. Of interactable. Dot visible equals true. That's what we want to currently do. What I'll do though, is because right now it's not set up so that every interactable has a context menu. But if that's the case, then it wouldn't have an open interact menu as it's okay. Yeah, so this this should work. I could I could for safety be like, okay, sure, fine, I'll do it real quick. Var context menu equals interactable dot find child context menu. If context menu, then context menu dot visible equals true, else just print no context menu found. Error. No context menu found. Okay. Let's try it. So you go here, E. So those are still doing those. I didn't put the thing in the scene. I need to put the green herb. Oh! Well, like that. Not gonna worry about that yet. Oh, I have it on the canvas layer. I'm like, what? I'm gonna have a folder. I guess it would just be a node. Objects. And make it a node 2D probably. Put it over here. Green herb. Okay, got a lot more script stuff to do here. Let's see if this is getting called. It's not being called. Oh, that's fine. That's the problem. The wrong name. Error. No context menu found. Interactable. Ah. I see the issue. It's looking at interact area. That's what it is. So. Context menu. What's a good solution here? I could make context menu a child of interact area. I'm willing to do that. We go to interact area, we go to UI, and then we make context menu. .tscn here. Oops. And then we would remove that from the herb. Which would change the hierarchy of the context menu stuff here. Get parent dot get parent. Context menu is child of area 2D, which is child of interact area. The item. The object. Let me see. So I don't even use item. On button inspect pressed. I don't even use this. Just close. Yeah, I do this in reverse. Find child. Interact area. Find child. Context menu. Wait, what I could do is have... Wait, I think I know what I could do instead that this lends itself to. Is open context menu, and then I would pass... context menu. Well, that doesn't work, because it's just what the name of the value is. It doesn't have any meaning. I could say, like... Interactable is the interact area, and so that... Menu name... string. Menu name. Oh, it does work. Okay. Now I want to make it so that when you leave the area, it would remove that. I also don't... It also isn't interactable. Like, the context menu appears, but it doesn't have any interaction. The buttons are not pressable. But they are here. So what I want to do... is when this starts... I need the at-on ready. Yeah, I need the at ready here. And I need to make it so that... interact area... money. Interact area. Dot. Context. Box. Menu. Dot child name. Get child. Find child. Dot visible equals false. I also want to make sure that when context menu is ready, I don't know if this, I think this is the right spot to do this. I want percent inspection panel dot visible equal visible to be false. Okay, so when they're ready, those are going to be set to false. So that, let's say that I do this. Yeah, because we're in the scope of interactable. That's not quite right. This isn't. I would want it to be. Yeah, that's not right. What I would want to do is set it in here. Okay, yeah, so that's not visible, which is fine. That way I'm not doing weird finding children and they're running to like file or like weird issues with tracing. It's just like, let's keep everything in simpler context here. Here, if we run context menu, oh, I have it set to visibility false. We can have it set to true now, and it'll be set to false automatically. Here. Because of the scope. Okay, good. So that means when we run this, aha! Yeah, maybe we just hide this. No, why don't maybe this can be like a exported thing? I don't even know. Probably not. Probably don't want to export it like that. But what I do want, I just set this to not visible in the editor, and it should get rid of that. Although it still shows the window. There's like a ton of stacks of those. So what I would need to do is just set that to not visible. Although I want it to be visible, it's... Eh. There. Now, they're not everywhere. I currently don't have a way to interact with this stuff. Just realized I have a UI, but I literally have nothing in the UI. What happens if I do it with one of these? Well, it shouldn't work, right? Should just print the message. Um, I'll need to look at the player script for this probably. I kind of want to send a signal when I go to update the interactions. I'll just put here to do add outline to the object that will be interacted with. Okay, so yeah, the problem we were having is that when we update, we open the context menu, we set the visibility to true, yet it is not interactable. So something else controlling that. Well, I mean, I guess I can test here. So if I say, all right, we're ready. True. What happens? Because it's set to false. And it works. Input. The node which must be a parent of the focus control for the shortcut to be activated. If null, the shortcut be activated when any control is focused. A global shortcut. This allows shortcuts. Hmm. Why do I have a theme? Empty. Node is only visible if others' ancestors are visible as well. Wondering, like, is enabled and is visible, like, does it something have to be visible for it to be enabled? Documentation. I'm pretty sure visible is tied to whether or not it is enabled. Draw? Redraw. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. If I were to use rich text label, I could make it so that the text is like, instead of just a, well, if it's for interaction, I want it to be instant and simple, but that you can like make it so the text slowly appears over time and stuff. Um, hmm. So what would be causing it to Z index 0? I want it to be Y sort enabled. Hmm? No Y sort enabled? Does the player not have Y sort enabled? It does. So what's the deal? On separate layers or something? It shouldn't be happening now. Should be enabled. I don't understand, dude. Um, Y sort enabled on both of them. Therefore, if this has a higher Y value, which means it's further down the screen, then it should show up in front. Because they are on the same Z. Z index is 0. I
What am I forgetting here? Yeah, they're on the same Z index. 0, 0, 0. Zero. Green herb. Ordering. 0. Y sort enabled. We'll set it here. Now there should be no confusion. I don't know why that would matter though. Still doesn't work. Grab the weed, inspect its info, and put it in the weed Pokedex. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm using the same tile set from the project I was working on over here. Like, this is what the completed thing looks like now. It looks pretty cool. Like, you got some functionality and stuff. And because it says that for, like, redistribution and stuff, I'm allowed to reuse the same thing. I'm just using a tile set here for basic whatever. Drew up a little plant. I just don't get why the Y axis ordering isn't, Y sort enabled is not working here. I mean, I know about dictionaries. It's not really helping me for what I'm doing right now. I can definitely see that being relevant for when I'm going to be making my buttons that I need. Is each button would probably be an element in the dictionary. And that's how I would like make it a little bit more, break those down into classes. But for now, I'm kind of just like brute forcing it so that I have a bit of an idea of what I'm looking for in terms of how it is generally set up, and then I can start to break it down. But it's just weird because some of this basic stuff just isn't working that should be working. Why sort enabled on the world? Maybe that's what I'm missing. I was setting it for the individual characters and I should just be setting it for the world because, yeah, that was the problem. But also, yeah, I mean, that's fine, I guess. So I need to disable it. I don't need Y sort enabled on these. You're supposed to set it on the parent. That was the problem I was having. So I need to disable that, I think. Unless it, let me see. It's the same Z, yeah. There, okay. Boom. This needs to be the UI, or whatever. Here, interactable area, context menu. Should be like Z index 10. Should go on top. Yeah, the layer thing is, yeah, it's nice. I have the top. I'm gonna make more layers. I'm just kind of sticking with what I have set up for now. So I've got like all of the different like random stuff on the top layer, got the ground layer, I got a water layer. I'm gonna figure out something to do with the water later. Just have it over in the corner so it's not distracting for now. I can get rid of that. Okay, so now we have that, but I'm still having the same issue. It can interact. Cool. Now it's over the top, which is good. That's what I want. None of this is interactable. What if I go to remote here? Oh, I think I know what I want to do as well. Let me close this. Project settings window. I want to make it so that it is always on top. Should be somewhere here. Width height mode. Would be exclusive full screen. I'll just look it up. Godot. Debug window. No, not debug window. Run always on top. Place scene window always on top. Project settings display window. There's no always on top thing. Is it advanced? Oh my god. I had to check off advanced. Always on top. Borderless. No. No, I can pull this up here and it doesn't, behind. I don't want it to be borderless though. Change that. That's fine. It was under advanced. Do I want to pause the game? Yeah, I can deal with that later. I don't have anything going on right now that would warrant the game being paused, so I'm not going to worry about it. I just need to make it so that I can click the buttons. I'm not sure it's preventing me from being able to click the buttons. Alright, what do we got here? It's not gonna be ordering, I don't think. What could reasonably be affecting the ability to click on this stuff? So when it's rendered invisible, I'm assuming that means it's set so that it is not interactable, but it's still there. And simply by setting it to visible, it's not interactable. But like, I don't even know if that works. Like if I were to, I guess I could test it by going into here. Characters, player, just drop player in here. And I'll run this. Invalid access property key scale on base object of type null instance. I see. This doesn't have a remote transform camera. Oh, why are there like 5 of them? It doesn't, so yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know, that was, because I didn't set it to anything. That's funny. Because every interact area has its own player in the main scene. That's why I was doing that. I need to be doing that. There. Boom. None. E. Nothing happens because it's not set to that. So I need to manually set this. Open context menu. For now. Context menu. It works. From here. So from interact area it works. What about from here then? If I add my player in. And then I add the remote transform just so it doesn't throw errors. And then I invalid access property key scale. Oh, because I didn't rename it to say camera. Works. I'm just trying to slowly go up the context chain to see when it stops working. All right, we'll move it out of the objects folder. Now it's just in world. Now it is on the same level as green herb. It does not work. They're siblings now. And it's not working. I don't get it. What if I remove the ground? What if I like get rid of the tile map? It's possible. I might have had something to do with it. No. If I get rid of the other objects. No. What if we go the other way around? What if we add the plant to the player? Yeah, that's pretty bad when I can't do this because child is not. When I have a script that requires this remote transform camera. So what I need to do here is go into player, add a remote transform, 2D, rename it to remote transform camera. I need to make a export var camera path equals. No, I'm not looking for camera path. What type is this? Node 2D? Or camera equals node 2D? And when we go to world, we can remove this. Camera camera 2D. Then in here, in the player, we need to on ready. We need to set the remote transform. Oh, I need to get the directory for it. So remote transform camera dot remote path equals camera. We're gonna do a little bit of if camera. If the camera was set to anything else, we're gonna say no camera print. Is there like a debug print debug? I'll just do print debug or do print. I'll just do print for now. Print no error, no camera set. For player. Okay. So that fixes the context issues so that whenever I add a player somewhere, I don't have to then also add a remote 2D. But it's also not going to halt the program if it can't find a camera. It's just going to throw like this error message and say you haven't set a camera for the player. Okay. Nice. So now if we go back to player, what's the problem here? Yeah. Error, camera was never set for player. I see. Yeah, I can't do it the other way around because when I move the player, it's gonna move the herb because the herb is being a child of the player. Okay. I don't know what I expected, honestly. That makes a lot of sense. Well, at least it got me to fix the remote transform thing. Now everything's in context. But it's so weird. If I can get this interaction like context menu stuff working and actually get this, oh, it's gonna feel good to actually start like making a ton of these instead of just setting everything up. Can actually start getting creative with it. Right now I'm stuck in the weeds. I'm just taking a little eye break for a minute. Is it snowing? No. I think that was just some, like, flower petals or something. Hmm. What could I be missing here? Do I need to make it a panel? I don't know why this isn't updating anything. I don't, not, alright. So, what am I thinking this will do? Well, it won't be dealing with any of the layers or those kinds of interactions, is what I'm thinking. So it would, oh, it still has, does it have ordering? No, it doesn't have ordering or anything. I just don't get the size. Why doesn't it like wrap or anything? Or not wrap, but why doesn't it expand? I don't think that the stuff in the menu is properly in the menu. That's the problem. That stuff all overlaps. That's the problem. I don't think I want a pop-up menu. Do I? I don't, like, that's the thing. It's like, and maybe I need to like look up something like what Godot pop-up menu versus context. Not context menu versus menu VBox container. Yes, here we go. Placing context buttons relative to a node. This is, I made a VBox container, added some buttons, so I don't know how to make the context menu pop up relatively close to the clicked character. This guy said pop-up menu. Trying to build some UI for my game, make toolbox scene for me to decide on what containers to use. Containers that will resize and arrange their children, adjusting to both the space available and the size. Whereas a menu, a pop-up menu, doesn't adjust to the size of its children. Instead, I would need to manually set the size. So I do want a container. Okay. So keep it context menu. Where it's over here. Menu bar will make menu bars by adding children pop-up menus. Well, I'm using a pop-up panel, but not as part of a menu bar. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. If I change this instead to be a control container. If I just get rid of that and I just make this the scene root. Oh, I was running into the issue of there not actually being a background, but I think that's a theme thing. Oh, it's like canvas item. That's not the same thing. This does need to be contained in something, I think. So if I go back. Instead of doing a pop-up panel, I could do like a color rect. There we go. Interact area. No. Inspection panel. Okay. I think that's more appropriate. I was adding something with way more functionality that was doing a lot of stuff I didn't want it to do. I just wanted a panel behind it. I should just add a panel. And maybe, I guess that would be the root is the in panel. Yeah, because that would fill the entire background. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That doesn't help me with the issue of the buttons not being clickable. It's like all the functionality of the menu is just not there. Uh-oh. Script inherits from native type pop-up menu. Oh yeah, it shouldn't. It should inherit from color rect. No, not color rect. Context menu. No, control. What do we have here? Invalid assignment of property or key remote path with value of type camera 2D on a base object of type remote transform 2D. Camera 2D. Where? Wait. It's this guy? Yeah, this guy. Wait, what do you mean? Invalid assignment. Why was I not getting this issue before? Why am I all of a sudden getting this now? Remote transform camera. Remote path. Maybe I should be setting path. So a copy node path, maybe? Well, how does this? Okay. I don't know why it was working before. Remote transform camera, remote path. Let me read this. The node path to the remote node, relative to the remote transform 2D's position in the scene. Like if I were to set that to player, relative to its position in the scene. I'm not giving it a path here. This needs to be a string then, which is weird. I don't understand. Why is it saying it needs a path? Property from all right. Documentation. It's a node path. Okay. So I should be equals. So what does that make the node path for this? Does it just mean that? Node path, world, camera, node path. Here. Save. Here. Player has a variable node path, camera path that's of type node path. So where is it here? Where did it have it? Down here? Remote? Node path, default node path. It's probably because I was still in like the debug thing. Is that invalid? Camera path. Does that work? What happened to the player? Hello? What happened to the collision shape? The sprite kind of moved. Oh, clear. That's why. I see the issue now. I see the problem. Because that's getting the path from player's perspective. I don't know how to edit that. It says dot dot slash camera 2D, but it should be dot dot slash camera 2D. There lies the problem. Didn't work. No. Why did it work earlier? Now it's not working. I don't understand. That should be the camera path. Remote transform camera dot remote path equals camera path. The fact that I'm not documenting, all right, I should make a little note here about this. Gets path to player node need to add an extra dot slash at the beginning of the path name for it to point to the remote path. Point from the remote transform. But it's still not working. So I guess what I need to do is some debugging. So I guess on ready. Could just automate it instead of relying on the person to do it, as I could just be like camera path dot prepend camera path equals dot slash plus camera path. There. What? Oh, I node path. There. Is that not Huh? Hmm. The following examples are paths relative to the current node. Points to the current node, points to the parent node, points to the sibling node. So, node, parent, grandparents, so dot dot slash dot dot slash camera. So it should be dot dot slash camera. So if I look, what? Where'd it go? Close, 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 close. I have to make a string. Oh, camera path is a node 2D. As property path? That's why it's confused. I'm trying to add a node 2D to a string. That's why it's not working. Because I need to... They're as string names? So the caret at the beginning. Hmm. I'm getting really in the weeds here. Strings are automatically converted to the type when necessary. String. So that didn't work. Probably because when I changed it, it set this to nothing. So I need to go here. Hmm. Camera path, camera 2D. That means in player, I need to add dot dot slash dot dot slash to the camera path, and then it should work. It works! I know how to read documentation! Okay. Oh, I'm so glad I read that line. You don't have to worry about writing node paths. You can just write strings. Oh. Oh man. Okay. That's funny. I'm sitting here like, how do I append notepads together, convert notepads to strings, and vice versa? Nope. Don't do that. Hmm. All right. So back to where we were. None of this is clickable. Godot cannot click on UI buttons after visibility change. Button visibility on off makes the button unclickable. But that's a good point. What if I didn't do that? What if I just said, no, you're visible?
Still doesn't work. It doesn't have to do with visibility. So I guess time to inspect. Remote. Button inspect. It's not disabled. Control. World. Mouse. If it is set to stop, it will block all inputs from passing through it. Should I set it to pass or ignore? It controls whether the control will be able to receive mouse button input events through GUI input and how these events should be handled. Also controls whether the control can receive the mouse entered and mouse exited signals. Mouse filter pass. Control will receive mouse movement input events and mouse button input events. Sure? Yeah, I can pass. But it's not. That didn't actually fix it. Did I only set that remotely and not locally? Is that why that didn't do anything? Well, it should pass now. I mean, considering it was on stop and I was still getting input all the way up until the world layer, maybe it has something to do with world node 2D. Project settings? Run?
No? Maybe I should do ignore. Ah. Okay, I don't think it has to do with that stuff. So I can get rid of those. Because, yeah, if it was... I set it to ignore. Because right here... Well, this is gonna make it not visible. Control K for comment. Like there. That works. It's the whole line. Okay. Does that mean if I do this, it comments the line? Yeah. Button works on this layer. We already know that even a layer up, it still works. Works here. It just doesn't work. Further layer up. I mean, I can try ignore and see if that fixes it. So I have mouse filter set to ignore. Okay. Is it not properly loaded or something? Is that why? What's my input map look like? I'm thinking about other stuff. That is not what is going on right now, so I shouldn't worry about it. I'll get to it eventually. What is this camera? Oh, it'll update whenever. It shouldn't matter because this menu will go away when the inspection panel appears. I'll set this to ignore, even though that's not the problem. Just so that when I fix other stuff, I know that it's not the mouse setting filter that's an issue, even though there's no reason for me to believe it would be an issue in this case, I don't think. So just for sanity, I'll run it again, make sure it's not working. Okay, nothing selectable. Whatever. I'm just gonna context menu. But do self just for... legibility. I could also just say, when this is ready, set its own visibility to false. Although, should I be creating a new instance of the menu? Would that fix the issue? I don't know how that would. Well, okay, so let me take this into consideration. I have this inspection panel with all this hard-coded stuff, right? This context menu that doesn't currently use any context outside of it. So if I just plop the context menu in here, I should be able to see if it works. Where's the UI? Context menu. Just plop it in. Thing is massive. It doesn't. Okay. That's good to know. That actually does help a lot. Okay. And we have the mouse filter set to ignore, so it should be able to receive mouse input events. It has something to do with the scene. But why? Why is the scene causing problems? Like, what if I plop this right here? Boom. Alright, in player. I meant to do this. Works. Okay. Oh, we're narrowing it down. Wait. Okay. So, I have this context menu. It is not interactable in the world view, but it is in every other view. Which is why I'm like, run current scene? Will it work if I just run the current scene? No. Okay, that would be weird. Because it should be the same as running the project, because I'm in the same location. Godot, cannot click UI buttons. It doesn't have to do with visibility. In world scene. Okay. Multiple UI scenes, such as the pause menu, game over, win, and connect the button to the root node of its own scene and make the root node of the pause menu emit another signal. Ay, ay, ay. What is going on? Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense, I think. It doesn't have a interact area to make its visibility false. So it's just not gonna make itself invisible. Um I do feel like I'm going a little insane. Um what if I go here? Game level has a canvas layer, has a hotbar. So this doesn't do anything crazy on its own. That might turn off its functionality. Like isolated this context menu. Well, just to center. Oh, where's the background? Why is that in? This is just the default, but somehow I made the actual panel not match the size of the contents. Where does it go? Oh, that's because I set the visibility of the context menu to false, but since inspection panel is a child of context menu, then it sets the whole thing to not visible. I think I need to make an instance or something of that. It's not a child. It's a separate thing. Which makes more sense with what I had before. I have a pop-up panel. I mean, this does create other issues, I'm pretty sure, is the only problem. Like, it not being able to be anchored properly. Although it's not... It's fair, because... Yeah, it would stay visible. Center primary. I would set that here. Item details. Okay. I mean, for now, this should work for what I'm doing. Boom. That pops up. I can't get rid of it, but that's fine. Still can't use it in the world, though. Make a new scene. 2D. Add an inspection panel. No. Add a context menu. Crap, detach. Add a context menu as a child node. Save, maps. Test map. Works. So something like hijacking the mouse inputs? If I just slowly reconstruct this, is it the canvas layer? Get rid of the canvas layer. Works. It's the freaking canvas layer. Which means I need to put this in a canvas layer, I think. So this is getting rendered behind this canvas layer. That's something I don't know much about. This is for independent rendering of objects within a 2D scene, but it's also overriding the functionality of the UI. Um, User interface. That would be the in-game. The what would be a name for the general stuff that it depends on what it is. This is nothing. This is just like a placeholder, nothing. So I can just yeah, what is this? This is just a control. Yeah, delete. Canvas layer, context menu. Works. Problem is, green herb won't work. This canvas layer creates problems. It's like, this is gonna work here. Maybe not. Why wouldn't it show up at all? That would be... Now, why it's not working is something I really need to figure out. My stream dying? No. Still there. Maybe it's dying. I mean, now I'm even more confused. What? Oh, it works. Oh, freaking Dark Souls death sound. Oh. And hitting escape closes it. It works. Kind of. Alright, so we got something. We got something. This canvas layer is doing nothing right now. I'm assuming because I had a control in the canvas that it was just... Oh, it was just overlapping everything else. It was just completely taking priority over every other UI on the screen. Because I just had a control with no context in the canvas layer. Okay, that's what I get for not cleaning up after testing stuff. It's a very bright map. I mean, it's something for now. Oh. So I need to now link the grab button. Here's the problem. No, it's not a problem. It's just gonna send the signal up the chain. When this button gets triggered, the context menu is gonna send a signal. That the player is gonna get. And the herb. The player and the herb are both going to get the signal. Signal. I need to underscore on item grabbed. Can you send a signal from that? So why does it say it's not linked? Dot signal on item grabbed. Dot connect. Emit. Is that gonna work? Yeah? This is gonna have a signal as well. Signal on item grabbed. And then this is gonna on item grabbed dot emit. Which is then gonna get received by here. I did this wrong. On item. Oh, that's fine. Just needs to be item grabbed. And the signal here is just item grabbed. And then green herb. There, we've worked our way up. And then I'll set it to do, and then I will continue. Is my stream really dead? No, it's not. My preview is just looking a little iffy. So, what do we do when the item is grabbed? To do. I'm gonna want to make it so that add item to inventory, remove from map. This is object. I feel like saying item grabbed. Because the object, I don't know if it's worth differentiating between the two. Probably. Object. I'm just gonna do it. Add item slash object to inventory. Remove from map. I mean, specifically with this, there are going to be no... Well, I potentially want to make it so that there's like a status message that updates for the player. I want to like send status update to player to be like message oh, I guess I don't need to for this. I can do that down the road. I guess for now I'll just focus on adding the item to the inventory and removing the object from the map. Because I want to make it so like some of the stuff you pick up, like let's say it's thorny, so if you just go to grab it, it's gonna like give you a cut or something like that. But that seems like something I can focus on later. So, yeah. To player inventory. So a lot of this stuff is hard-coded for now, but that's fine. It's perfectly fine. Alright. I'm zoning out a bit and I need to make dinner. I'm gonna have to do laundry tomorrow, but should still have plenty of time to stream the process for a bit. I may chip away at this tonight, but we'll see. I don't want to burn out, so. Yeah, I think I'll call it there. Pretty good progress. At least have the interaction and basic menu system for that setup with a little bit of functionality to prove that it does, in fact, show the correct stuff. That's something. I'll take it.